Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we tell you about our actuarial science program in our College of Basic and Applied Sciences, which teaches students how to solve real problems in every industry. We recap MTSU's 2024 trip to the Grammys, the music industry's biggest night. 7 of our former students were recognized for their work. And we preview the True Blue Core, the redesign of MTSU's general education program. We discuss how it changes the foundation of the academic experience at our university. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Our actuarial science program in the College of Basic and Applied Sciences teaches students how to solve real problems in every industry. Here to tell us about this growing program and the career possibilities in the field are Dr. Don Hong, our actuarial science director, and Jennifer Rohde, president-elect of the Actuarial Math Student Association. Don and Jennifer, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having us.
It's your first time on the show for both of you, right?
Right.
Well, we're glad to have you here. So we've got to start with the burning question. Tell me exactly who and what an actuary is and what they do.
Actuarial science is a special discipline to use mathematics, statistics, and also techniques from computer science, data science, to measure the risks, and especially apply to the insurance industry and also financial investment. A lot of places, as long as the risk involves, they need actuaries to work on that.
I've a little bit of an advantage, and for my nephew is an actuary, and he worked in the insurance industry and then the healthcare industry, and those are all fields that get into this. So I want to find out how you found out about actuarial science and how you decided to major in that.
So I'm from Murfreesboro, and I'm alumni from Riverdale High School. I was taking an AP statistics course there that Riverdale High School offered, and it was actually a psychology teacher there that realized I was in AP statistics and brought up that I should break into actuarial field and mentioned the great program that MTSU offered that was locally right here in Murfreesboro.
And here you were, in your own backyard.
Exactly, I had no idea.
And once you decided on that, what's been your biggest surprise in digging into this field?
I would say how important and how close actuaries play in roles in so many risk management decisions and risk forecasting in so many different industries. You usually think of insurance companies, but it goes beyond government regulations and just risk management, consulting. It's a huge industry, and the growth is incredible. 32% growth within the next 10 years is predicted in this sector, in this field. So it's just an incredible, exciting career field to be in right now.
Well, Don, you picked a very good representative of the program here. Tell us about your program, why studying it here at MTSU has been unique, and some recognition you've had.
We are proud to have those recognitions. The actuarial societies, mainly we have 2 major organizations. One is called the Casualty Actuarial Association, CAS for short. The other one is the Society of Actuaries, and that one even bigger.
Jennifer, you touched on this a little bit about the things that it's more than just the insurance companies these days and so many other things. Have you identified the career path that you want to take? Because you're a senior, right? You'll be graduating in?
I'll be graduating in December.
December, okay. Where do you think you're going to pursue your career as an actuary?
So one place I've really been looking into, and I've had some interview opportunities, actually the Tennessee Department of Insurance and Commerce is going to expand their actuarial role in the state, because previously they've been outsourcing actuarial work, and now they're actually looking at MTSU and asking for internships, interns from our students. So I'm really looking at that. There are a couple other consulting firms that are local that I've been looking into, and consulting would be a great avenue as well, because you get to touch on so many different sectors in the industry.
And that's been the thing that has impressed me the most about your profession, is that you said consulting, because this is really training people to take a deep dive at the numbers, right, and telling those stories. So Don, how important is that? Because it's more than just understanding math, it's understanding what the math tells you, right?
As I mentioned, this is the key things, to measure the risk, control the risks. But the tool is quantitative way. So we need to have some kind of sign support those based on the skills to determine the risks, and of course one another important thing the insurance people talk about, the business running point of view. Need to consider the reserves. Right, you got to have a bunch of money put ahead for future possible losses. So that's why actuarial professionals they really control the reserves well, and that's the professional way to do it. So that's require a lot of quantitative way to determine those.
Jennifer, I want you to talk to all those kids at Riverdale that might be thinking about becoming an actuary. What advice do you have to them in high school and then coming to college? What courses, what studies, what put you on the path to success that you've enjoyed?
I think some of the biggest things in high school and jumping into the actuarial major here at MTSU, your mathematics is going to be very important. Your communication skills in actuarial. How can you take this quantitative data and learn all of this data analysis skills and tools that you have and actually communicate that to someone that's not an actuary or not? So communication is very important. Even now, programming, coding, that's very important. A lot of actuarial consulting firms, they have their own proprietary software that they develop. Actuaries actually develop and program that to use their own tools for their own consulting. So just there's a large skill set that can go into it, and you don't have to actually be excellent in all of them. If maybe you can complement a company in the communications area, or maybe you can complement a company in the data analytics, or just different areas, communication.
Well, that's fabulous. And so Don, you've got a growing program, you've got great jobs, you've got great students like Jennifer. How do I find out more about your program? Where do I go on the web?
mtsu.edu/ACSI.
Okay.
So that'll be our program website.
And that'll have all the information I need to know about the program.
Correct.
Don and Jennifer, thanks for joining us on the program. It's great to hear about your enrollment gains and all the wonderful opportunities in this field. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here.
And we'll be right back.
We do it. The stars come to Middle Tennessee State University, and students come here to become stars no matter what they pursue. We do it. We're the only college of media and entertainment in the world, just outside the heart of Nashville.
Look, mic check 1, 2, everybody listen. When you do it like this, ain't no competition. I'm talking B.I.G., VIP. Treat them like a front row seat and make them pay attention. If I shoot for the 3, then I ain't never missing. Cranking up the degrees like I was in the kitchen. Can't lose, got too much to prove. And when you do it all, it get too hard to do it.
Our curriculum and facilities are cutting edge, and our relationships with industry leaders give students an edge over the competition. Check it out. You can get real-world experience with degrees in recording industry, media arts, journalism and strategic media, and more. Media and entertainment at Middle Tennessee State University. Learn to shine.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. MTSU recently wrapped up its 2024 trip to the Grammys, the music industry's biggest night. Several of our former students were recognized for their work, and we celebrated the 50th anniversary of our recording industry program. Zoe Naylor, a student journalist from our School of Journalism and Strategic Media, was there and files this report.
Middle Tennessee State University alumni captured 8 Grammys on Sunday, February 4th during the 66th annual Grammy Awards ceremony in Los Angeles. Julian Baker, a 2019 English graduate, captured 3 Grammys out of 5 nominations as a member of Boy Genius, an indie supergroup with Phoebe Bridgers and Lucy Dacus. The group won Grammys for Best Rock Performance, Best Rock Song, and Best Alternative Music Album. It was also nominated for Record of the Year and Album of the Year. 2-time winner and alumnus Lecrae won 2 more Grammys for Best Contemporary Christian Music Performance/Song for Your Power, and also for Best Contemporary Christian Music Album for Church Clothes 4. MTSU caught up with 3 of its 9 Grammy nominees on the day before the music industry's biggest night at a College of Media and Entertainment event. The university recognized alums Tay Keith and Brandon Bell at the Los Angeles event, where alumni, industry professionals, students, and faculty gathered to reconnect and wish the school's nominees well. President Sidney A. McPhee and Media and Entertainment Dean Beverly Keel also presented Baker with a certificate naming her an honorary professor of recording industry. Baker was up 5 nominations as a member of Boy Genius. And MTSU students hit the Grammy red carpet a bit early on that Friday as they worked the Recording Academy's Black Tie charitable fundraising event honoring legendary rocker John Bon Jovi as Music Care's Person of the Year. President McPhee joined the 7 students from MTSU's College of Media and Entertainment to thank them for being part of the university's 9th trip to the music industry's biggest awards weekend. The students were accompanied by recording industry professors Odie Blackman and Denise Shackelford. They arrived in Southern California on the Wednesday before the Grammys. They toured recording studios, visited iconic music venues, and met with recording industry professionals. Here's a video of what they saw.
Hi guys, we're here with President McPhee at the annual benefit gala event, Music Cares, the charitable arm of the Grammy that gives back to the music community. This year's honoree is John Bon Jovi for his charitable work.
We're here at the Grammy Museum, where this year they're celebrating the 50th anniversary of hip-hop. Everybody from the Sugar Hill Gang to Kendrick Lamar. Let's take a look around.
We're at East West Studios here on Sunset Boulevard. The clients of the studio have received close to 200 Grammy nominations just right here. And some of the famous names you might know are Michael Jackson, Frank Sinatra, U2, and that includes Phil Spector's famous Wall of Sound.
Reporting for Sidelines, MTSU's student news media source, I'm Zoe Naylor.
We do it. The stars come to Middle Tennessee State University, and students come here to become stars no matter what they pursue. We do it. We're the only college of media and entertainment in the world, just outside the heart of Nashville.
Look, mic check, 1, 2, everybody listen. When you do it like this, ain't no competition. I'm talking B.I.G., VIP. Treat them like a front row seat and make them pay attention. If I shoot for the 3, then I ain't never missing. Cranking up the degrees like I was in the kitchen. Can't lose, got too much to prove. And when you do it all, it gets too hard to do it.
Our curriculum and facilities are cutting edge, and our relationships with industry leaders give students an edge over the competition. Check it out. You can get real-world experience with degrees in recording industry, media arts, journalism and strategic media, and more. Media and entertainment at Middle Tennessee State University. Learn to shine.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Oppman. The True Blue Core is a redesign of the MTSU General Education requirements rolling out in the 2024 fall semester. This project was years in the making, and it focuses on teaching the skills that better prepare our students for a changing world. Here to tell us more is Dr. Susan Myers-Shirk, Director of MTSU General Education, and Dr. Ann McCullough, Chair of the university's General Education Committee, and both are from our College of Liberal Arts. Susan, Ann, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
First time on Out of the Blue.
Yes.
We're always excited for first-time guests because you're talking about something that's really historic. Let's talk about the True Blue Core. What exactly is this thing we've all been talking about for all these months?
Right. The True Blue Core is our new general education curriculum about to launch with the 24-25 catalog. The first True Blue Core students will be enrolled in the summer. It's the general education requirement that every student in the university has to complete. It's 41 hours of lower division courses, that's the 1,000 and 2,000 level, and they fit together into a coherent program, and it's meant to give students breadth of knowledge and the skills they need to succeed academically and professionally. The new core, I want to say a word about the new core and how it's structured. I'm kind of excited about it. So it's 2 big sections. One is called foundational skills and one's called knowledge domains.
Right.
And those 2 categories are divided into 4 subcategories, and then students will select courses from an approved list. And we have new courses that we hadn't offered previously, and we have new student learning outcomes. And I know students roll their eyes when I say student learning outcomes, but I'm excited about them. And one of the reasons I'm excited about them is that we did a lot of market research, and we had a university-wide conversation about those outcomes. And the outcomes that we selected are the skills that employers say they want students to have when they graduate. And they are also the skills that professors want students to have when they go on to their major. So we felt like it was a win-win, and I'm really excited about the kind of value added for students.
It's an amazing achievement, and Anna, this is going to be tough to characterize in a short period of time, but this is not an easy feat, because this is really what makes every MTSU student consistent in their educational experience, right? When that means so many parts of our university had to come together, and you're kind of speaking as the chair of the General Ed Committee. You had to, this was not an easy path, right?
Not at all. And this has been a real marathon for Susan over the last several years. She's been establishing relationships across campus and providing opportunities for faculty and administrators to collaborate, to discuss our concerns, to discuss our vision of what we would like to, how we would like to contribute to the new core. And I think one of my favorite opportunities that was really helpful to me were the faculty learning communities, where faculty came together in groups and talked about what it is we'd like students to know and to be able to do when they leave MTSU with a degree. And then talk a lot about how our courses in the core can speak to each other. So we're echoing some of these most important points for students throughout their time in their general education courses.
So first of all, why is it necessary to revisit this core? Why is it necessary to revisit general education from a practical standpoint about the changing economy in the world?
Right. That's a question people have asked me. They're like, why can't we just keep what we have? And we can. There's nothing wrong with what we have, except that we have. It does not necessarily address the contemporary situation. And so we wanted something that we hadn't revised our core in decades. And so we wanted something that was responsive to students, that was distinctive to MTSU, that would give those students skills that were relevant to contemporary issues. And so to do that, we had to sit down and really sort of think this out. And one of the things that we set as a goal from the beginning was that the process would be collaborative and inclusive. And that was hard work, to build across the university community a conversation in which everyone was included and everyone felt that their voice was heard. I'm really impressed with our faculty, that they came together in the way that they did. And there were there's some rocky road along the way there. But MTSU faculty are to be commended for their commitment to this, because it was a 5-year process.
5 years.
Right? And we involved students too. We did extensive surveying early on. We had a student advisory council, and there are 2 student representatives on the university Gen Ed committee, and they are voting members. So students participated in the sense that the vote to change our core that came in May of 22 there were students participating in that.
Wow.
So yeah.
The next logical thing is to ask is, what's next? How do you go from this point forward?
One of the things that we did was establish a Center for the True Blue Core. And this was actually one of our faculty committee members suggested this. We established a Center for the True Blue Core that's going to oversee the process so that change can happen incrementally, and we can be sort of immediately responsive over time instead of having to go through a major redesign process.
Right.
So the center will be responsible for kind of moving us forward in that way, and we have some exciting add-on projects that we're talking about. We are going to develop something called blueprints, which are collections of courses that students can take. The courses are thematically related. Students can take that collection, it's called a blueprint, to navigate through the core, and we're trying to build those around student interests. We're still in the design process for that, so they won't launch until 25, but they involve faculty collaboration again. We bring faculty together to talk about how their courses connect. The other thing we're doing is we're adding study abroad to the core. So excited. Students are excited about that. When I talk to people on the True Blue tour, they're like, yes, this is something they really want to do. And then we're also working on a way to honor students with graduation cords and create core scholars. And so we think that'll help students to sort of think about how their core work is related to their major work.
Wow.
So we have some good stuff coming.
That's terrific. And I assume there's a website somewhere that people can check out and find out more?
Absolutely. mtsu.edu/truebluecore, all one word.
How could we forget about that? That is awesome. Well, Susan, Ann, thank you so very much for coming on the program and explaining this wonderful new innovation, the True Blue Core.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And this does wrap up this edition of Out of the Blue. A reminder, you can find news about the campus 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find additional special content on our social media platforms, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Threads. Broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to LaVergne Board and Zone Appeals, January the 30th, 2024 at 5:30 p.m. Call the meeting to order. We do have a quorum. If you would review the minutes from the January the 9th, 2024 meeting, please. Any comments or questions, let me know. If not, we can move ahead to a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept this, to submitted. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Moving on, new business. A request for special exception to allow sales and leasing of trucks and trailers properly located at 470 Dick Buchanan Street, tax map 14, parcel 50, I2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by 470 Dick Buchanan LLC. Mr. Logan, please.
Thanks. So this is a request. It's from 470 Dick Buchanan Street, and some of you all that were on the Planning Commission remember this lot. So it's on the east side of Dick Buchanan Street as you go north You can see it there on the screen. And this parcel went to the Planning Commission and was approved approximately 1 year ago, last spring, and they were approved for tractor trailer storage at this site. They also have 2 buildings under construction that were approved with that site plan. We'll see those here in just a moment. The zoning is I-2 heavy industrial, which is right in the middle of this image. So that dark blue color is heavy industrial zoning. So that does allow for tractor trailer storage. And then this is a photo of the site before the development, when it was a lot better weather and you can actually see. So I'm sure you've had a chance to look over the application that was in your packet. So I'll just read a little bit here from the report. In the municipal zoning ordinance in Article 5, the commercial uses that are allowed in C1, C2, C3, and C4 zoning can be allowed in any I-2 district if the Board of Zoning Appeals grants a special exception for those commercial uses. So in this case, they've asked for vehicle leasing, and we included leasing and sales just so that in the future, if they change their mind, they're approved for both of those uses. But right now, they want to do vehicle leasing, so according to these parts of the municipal zoning ordinance, that is allowed with the special exception from this board. And staff has not received any phone calls from the sign that's posted there on the property. And this is the plan, one page at least from the site plan that went through the Planning Commission. So you can see the 2 buildings there at the top of the image and a detention pond that are proposed for this site. And of course, a lot of asphalt and parking as well. Other than that, that sums it up from staff. So I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Logan. Do we have an applicant here this evening? If you would step to the podium, please. You raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
If you would, please state your name and address for the record, please.
Okay. My name is Alex Dickerson. I'm an attorney with Thompson Burton Law Firm in Nashville, 1801 West End Avenue.
My name is Brent Long, and I'm a general manager with Meisler Trailer Rentals in Nashville, Tennessee, 344 Wilhagen Road.
Thanks, sir. Gentlemen, have any questions for the applicant this evening? So I have just a couple of questions, just to break off. So obviously, the originally was set up for storage, correct?
Yes.
And so now the trailer sales, what percentage do you think are going to be trailer sales versus storage? Just a matter of interest.
Well, we don't have any sales that are going to happen on this property. It's all going to be leasing on this property.
Just leasing, okay.
Yes,
okay.
that's correct.
And so there'll be no maintenance done?
Well, there'll be maintenance on their trailers and repair on their trailers. That's about 20% of the entire property is just maintenance of their units.
So we're saying there, you're referring to the leasee of the
Yes,
trucks?
the lessee, yes.
Okay, good deal.
Which is who we're the tenant in this case.
Understand. Any other questions, gentlemen? This went through the Planning Commission, as Ms. Logan said last year, it was scrutinised by the Planning Commission, was approved finally. There were some issues initially that got sorted out and they've been resolved. This is just for the request for special exception to allow the sales and leasing at this facility. Any questions?
No questions.
If that, I'll take a motion for or against the motion to request for a special exception to allow sales and leasing of trucks and trailers.
Make a motion to accept the exception.
Motion to accept. To a second?
A second.
Second. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
New business number 3, request a sign variance, property located at 5145 Mersborough Road, tax map 15, parcel 2.11, C4 Shopping Centre, zoning district, property owned by Kroger Ltd, Partnership 1. Mr. Logan, your report, please.
Thanks. So this is a request from the Kroger that's located just down the street here. They started a new clickless service last year, and they had to make some modifications to the site and the building, including some parking changes for that clickless service. And part of that is that they now need to update their signage to reflect the change in the service that they're offering. So Kroger is requesting additional signage for the building. You can see the zoning is C4, which is currently the shopping center district, and it's outlined in blue there on the screen. And then this is the current site that shows Kroger and the out parcels on Murfreesboro Road, and of course their gas island. So these are photos of the store currently. And then their application. So this is what they've submitted. It's a fairly straightforward request, but they will be requesting the pickup sign that would go on the building, and this would be located to the left. As you face the building, it'd be the left of the main entrance. And they're also requesting some smaller signs for that service as well. Other than that, read here some from the report. Of course, they have identified the need for more signage, and per section 4-070 of the zoning ordinance, commercial structures are allowed to have additional signage if the Board of Zoning Appeals grants them that request. Other than that, staff doesn't have any additional comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Logan. Do we have an applicant here this evening for this request? If you would raise your right hand, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, none but the truth, so help you God?
I will.
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Betsy Shackelford, and I work for Premier Sign Company, and the address in question is 5145 Murfreesboro Road.
Thank you. Any questions about the report that Ms. Logan gave? Did you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, good. Questions from the board? I'll lead off for the couple. So the blue will be the same colour blue that's for the Kroger on the additional side, the same as the same?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. And obviously, if you just explain a little bit of what you did with the car park, because obviously those on the Planning Commission know what happened, but the other board members don't. If you just explain what you're trying to do here with the parking.
Honestly, I'm the sign company, so
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure that I know about what we're doing with the car parking. But basically, from what I do know, you've always had the Kroger location, the Kroger store, and because of, I'm assuming there must have been a parking issue, but they have actually rented the tenant space next to the actual Kroger's. This used to be a seafood restaurant, I think, according to Google Maps at least. Anyway, so they have now taken this new space, and this is going to be their pickup area, so that when people have ordered their pickups, they can be gathered, they can be put in this space, and then people can come in and pick them up quickly and be done.
Does that make sense, gentlemen?
I've used it since they've opened it, so.
Any other questions? With that, I'll take a motion for or against the request for a sign variance on that property, please.
Motion to accept.
You have a motion to accept. Do you have a second?
Second.
Second. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
With that is the last item on the agenda. With that, of course, meeting adjourned. Thank you.
What do this sea turtle, this rhino, and this pelican all have in common? Stick around and you'll find out. Hi, I'm Julie Scardina, and this is Nikki and Nellie, two rescued dogs, one from Nashville and one from Hurricane Katrina. And they both have found loving adoptive homes in Florida. You know, when we think of rescued animals, we often think of domesticated animals, like dogs and cats. But wild animals need our help too. Whether searching for food, fending off predators, defending their territory, battling viruses and diseases, or simply enduring weather, daily life can be a challenge. And then you throw in human impacts like pollution and habitat destruction, and it can go from challenging to life-threatening.
Thankfully, though, there are dedicated individuals, organizations, and companies which are committed to helping save wildlife and their habitats. And here are just a few of their amazing stories in this episode of Saving a Species, Animals in Peril. Sea turtles have been swimming in the oceans for more than 245 million years. One of only 4 reptiles that live in saltwater, sea turtles used to number in the millions. But today, they're in trouble and face an uncertain future. But first, what do you know about sea turtles? Not much? Well, you're not alone. Even scientists don't know that much about them. And that's because sea turtles spend about 98% of their lives in the water, where we can't see what they're doing. As soon as sea turtles hatch, they scramble to the water and disappear. Under normal circumstances, no one will see them again until many years later. And then it's only the females when they return to the beach to nest. The only other time we see them is when they come ashore injured, ill, or accidentally caught in fishing gear. In fact, although scientists have studied nesting females for many years, most of what we know about sea turtles comes from caring for those that have been rescued. Statistically, fewer than 1 out of 1,000 sea turtle eggs laid actually make it to adulthood, where they are then susceptible to a number of illnesses and injuries. These can be caused by red tides and ocean disturbances, predators, pollution, fishing gear, and other hazards. But if they're lucky enough to reach shore, the turtles have a chance of being rescued and cared for by highly skilled animal care experts and veterinarians, like those at SeaWorld in Orlando, Florida.
And that brings us to an amazing story of a loggerhead sea turtle that was brought to SeaWorld after being found in distress at the Port St. Lucie power plant in February of 2005. Because of his appearance, they called him Grandpa, and the name stuck. He looks pretty healthy now, but not that long ago, there wasn't a lot of hope for his survival. When Grandpa was brought to SeaWorld, he was missing his entire lower mandible, or jaw, likely the victim of a run-in with a human. That meant he was unable to eat, which would have meant certain death out in the wild. Aquarist Jenny Albert was on duty when the turtle arrived.
He looked like kind of the typical subadult loggerhead that was very malnourished, quite a few bit of barnacles on top, and all of a sudden he lifted his head to breathe and we noticed he's missing his entire lower jaw. From that point on, we knew that he was one of our most special turtles that we would have to rehabilitate. Immediately the wheels were turning with everybody on how to fit this turtle's needs into our daily routine.
Grandpa's injuries were a first for the experienced rehabilitation team at SeaWorld. This group has worked with injured and ill sea turtles for more than 25 years.
A lot of the injuries we see here are boat-related, boat hits, fishing hook ingestion, a lot of times foreign object ingestion. This turtle presented with the same symptoms of being malnourished, but he wanted to eat. He was starving. He was ravenous when he got here. He wanted to eat but couldn't.
Dr. Mike Walsh was the lead veterinarian for Grandpa's medical care.
In the time that I've been dealing with sea turtles over the last 2 decades, I've never seen an injury quite like this. To actually lose the ability to feed yourself is different from anything else we've dealt with.
The first order of business was getting food into the malnourished reptile, and that was easier said than done.
He rejected everything we tried. He fought us tooth and nail during the tube feedings. They're strong animals to begin with, so it took quite a few staff members to hold him down in a safe way that we can access his mouth and his throat. So it was quite challenging for us.
But once the turtle realized that he was actually getting food, he quit fighting, and Jenny and her team were able to start working to feed the turtle by hand.
But what Jenny had to do was take enough time to gain his trust and say, this is how you're going to get your food. I can put it in a position where you can grab it and actually suck it down. And eventually the hope was that he would be able to get it off the bottom on his own.
Although Grandpa will never be able to be released into the wild again, his rehabilitation is almost complete.
He's doing wonderful. When he was able to eat the food off the bottom for the first time in here, I think everybody heard me, and I was so excited that he could do that. But he can eat by himself now and catch fish through the mid-water column and off the ground. So he's doing great.
That, to me, was tremendous. We actually were able to take an animal that had no chance of survival in the wild and give him another plus in life.
What an amazing story of survival. But it sure would be better to prevent this type of injury from happening again. And that's the goal of a World Wildlife Fund project supported by the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund. Every year, hundreds of thousands of sea turtles are accidentally caught by commercial fishermen. A key challenge in the conservation of these animals is their wide-ranging and highly migratory nature. This poses an international challenge requiring an international response. Some scientists warn that these giant turtles could face extinction in the next few decades unless dramatic conservation action occurs. But World Wildlife Fund is working to change that. Kim Davis is the fund's Deputy Director of Fisheries Programs.
Scientists estimate that more than 250,000 sea turtles, just leatherbacks and loggerheads, just those 2 species alone, are caught each year as fisheries bycatch. And many of these turtles are taken in the course of longline fishing, fishing with long horizontal lines, small vertical lines off of them, and hooks at the bottom. The hooks that are normally used for longline fishing, or that are often used, are shaped like J's. Many sea turtles are snagged and caught on these J-shaped hooks. It turns out that if we use hooks that are shaped like circles instead, many fewer sea turtles will be caught. It's a simple, powerful change. The SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund has made this possible. They have helped us send people to the ports, to fishing villages, to spend time talking with fishermen about how we can work together. So the fishermen understand that we're looking for solutions that work for them, that work for the turtles, that work for all of us.
Now that's conservation at work. But conservation depends on all of us doing what we can to help. So what can you do to help sea turtles survive? Actually, there are a number of things. From supporting organizations that protect sea turtles and their habitats, to reducing the trash that makes its way to the ocean. Plastic bags are often mistaken for jellyfish, a favorite prey animal of some sea turtles. And once ingested, an everyday plastic bag like this can prove fatal. You can help protect sea turtles and other ocean animals by picking up trash. Sometimes it can be that simple. Effective conservation is a big job, but preserving turtles and their habitat is worth the work. Other threats to the survival of sea turtles are the increasing scarcity of safe nesting beaches, as well as the widespread poaching of turtle eggs. In 2004, a remote beach in Costa Rica, Playa Junquial, experienced an egg poaching rate of 100%. It was a critical nesting site for endangered leatherback sea turtles, and this beach captured the attention of scientists and conservationists seeking its protection. Historically, local teenagers would poach the eggs as income for their families. The SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund supported a conservation education program targeting these teenagers and their families, encouraging alternative income generated from ecotourism. As a result of this program, the poaching rate at Playa Junquial was reduced to 0% in 2005. Not a single egg was poached. Today, these one-time poachers are now naturalists and interpreters, sharing the story of this incredible species with visiting tourists and the greater Costa Rican community. All over the world, people are working to save species and habitats. From grassroots groups to large conservation organizations, dedicated people are committed to understanding and preserving the biodiversity of our planet. Without this type of support, many of these projects would disappear, and with them, the animals and environments they are working to protect. That's why the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund provides so much needed support to such a diverse group of projects, both here in the U.S. and around the world. Partnerships with other organizations keep conservation work alive, and many times those partners are zoos that are at the forefront of saving species. And it was their work to save rhinos that brought Busch Gardens Tampa Bay together with the World Wildlife Fund and International Rhino Foundation. Rhinoceroses are one of the most endangered species in the world today. For millions of years, they were abundant. But just since 1970, the world's population of rhinos has declined by 90%, making all 5 remaining species in danger of extinction. World Wildlife Fund's chief scientist, Eric Dinnerstein, has studied rhinos for decades.
Rhinos weren't always rare. In fact, rhinos are an example of probably one of the most successful groups of mammals that ever lived on the planet. But what we have today is just a depauperate group that's left. We have 5 species, 2 in Africa and 3 in Asia.
The zoological staff at Busch Gardens Tampa Bay has cared for black rhinos for more than 35 years. During that time, they have added significantly to our understanding of the rhino's dietary needs, social behavior, and reproductive physiology. And their success in breeding has been proven by the 8 healthy black rhino calves born at the park. Most people aren't aware that more than 80% of all mammals in zoos have been bred and born in zoos, in carefully managed programs that protect genetic diversity and the health of the animals. Occasionally, though, animals are brought to zoological facilities from the wild for a variety of conservation reasons. Sometimes animals are moved to avoid overcrowding in the limited wild habitat remaining. Or sometimes they are moved to establish healthy conservation populations in other parts of the world. These types of measures have helped save some entire species. As successful as Busch Gardens has been breeding black rhinos, there was a little bit of a glitch with breeding the white rhinos. The problem? 2 males and no females. So zoo officials turned to the International Rhino Foundation for help. The foundation coordinates the placements of white rhinos all over the world, including animals that can be moved from the wild. After a stringent review, the foundation matched Busch Gardens with Kruger National Park in South Africa. Kruger National Park has an extraordinary white rhino conservation program. In fact, it's been so successful that they're able to relocate a number of white rhinos each year for conservation purposes. And 3 were identified for relocation to Busch Gardens Tampa Bay. So lead keeper Jason Green and veterinarian Dr. Mike Burton headed off to Africa to be introduced to the rhinos and to escort them back to their new home.
Welcome in South Africa. I suppose it's your first trip down there.
Yeah.
I think the main thing you're here for is the rhinos. Let's go and have a look at them.
Excellent.
Do you like it?
As soon as we arrive at Kruger, we go to meet Johan Milan and see the rhinos we'll be taking back. Johan is one of the vet techs that works on the capture team, and it's his job to care for the rhinos, make sure they're healthy and prepared for the move. The rhinos that are brought here are chosen after a lengthy process. First, park rangers determine if any rhino group is too densely populated. If it is, then they determine which of those rhinos need to be moved. The next step is to decide whether it will be a translocation to another wildlife area or a relocation to a zoological facility. If it's a relocation, then the animals come here to be prepared for the transport. Over a period of months, the rhinos are moved along through a series of enclosures called bomas, where they are gradually acclimated to unfamiliar noises, vehicle traffic, and contact with humans. Animal health and safety is a #1 priority here, and everything is done to ensure that the animals are adapting well to the changes.
And if they don't seem to be adapting, you just turn back home?
We just take them straight away to where we've captured them. So they know the area, they know where's the water and everything.
The last step in the acclimation process is to move shipping crates into the enclosures with the animals. From this point on, the rhinos are fed in the crates, which makes them become just another non-threatening part of the rhino's environment. Our last day at Kruger starts early because there are several other rhinos to be loaded for transport, in addition to our 3. By 6 a.m., people are hustling everywhere, and soon everything is underway. After months of work to prepare the rhinos for the trip, the loading process moves really smoothly. Since there is a lot of activity and extra people associated with the move, each rhino is darted with a mild sedative that relaxes it and keeps it calm. Next, Johan and his crew lure the rhino into the crate with a rice bag on a stick. And after the rhino is in the crate, the crew puts in the rear bars of the crate to secure the animal inside. Last, the outer doors of the crate go on, and it's lifted by a crane and set onto the flatbed semi that will transport the rhinos to the airport. I'm really impressed at how quickly and efficiently the rhinos are loaded. By 10 o'clock, we're ready to head for the airport at Johannesburg, and before long, these guys will be in their new home. I'm really proud to be part of a conservation effort that's making such a difference for an endangered species. I really feel like I'm part of something that's going to last for a long time, kind of a legacy for the rhinos. What an experience that trip was. But the best part of all is how well they've done since they've been here at Busch Gardens. They live on our huge Serengeti plain with our 2 other rhinos, and since then, we've even had 2 calves. I really feel we're making a difference.
Zoos offer many resources for preserving species, and our ability to collect data on the animals in our care can help those who care for and maintain wild populations too. We firmly believe that knowledge is the key to conservation success, because the more we know about these guys, the smarter we can work for them. Here's another simple solution to a potential life-threatening situation. The Florida manatee is one of the most endangered marine mammals in the United States, and entanglement is a small but significant cause of injury and death to these gentle mammals. Senior biologist Dr. Ann Bowles of Hub's SeaWorld Research Institute may have found a solution.
Manatees are specialized for the sense of touch, so in order for them to understand what something is, they have to touch it, go up to it. They become entangled when they find something unusual in their environment, the crab pot plus the line plus the float on the surface, and they begin to manipulate it as they explore it. It becomes wrapped around their pectoral flippers or their body and tightens so they can't get out.
Preventing these entanglements became a priority for Dr. Bowles and the Hub's SeaWorld Research Institute.
We need to find something that the fishermen would be able to use. So what we are now working with is called calf rope. It's used in rodeos, but it's made out of stiff nylon, and it's designed to hold a struggling animal without tightening on it. What we've done is to create a line that is safe for them to manipulate. They can touch it as much as they want. Even if it circles around them, they'll be able to slide right out of it. So we've made it safe.
Drought, flooding, hurricanes, fires, diseases, these are all natural events that we can't control. But even though we can't prevent these things from happening, we know we can make a difference in the course of what happens afterwards, at least in the lives of animals that are injured, ill, or displaced from their homes. Hurricanes are powerful storms that wreak havoc in their paths, often destroying homes, businesses, and lives. These storms also destroy animal habitats and occasionally aquariums or zoos in the path of the storm, leaving animals stranded and sometimes injured. And that's when zoos and aquariums can come to the rescue. From doing things like sending veterinarians and supplies to the affected areas, to rescuing displaced or injured animals and providing temporary housing, help takes many forms. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service biologist Nicole Adame knows the agency can always rely on SeaWorld and Busch Gardens for help.
We work with SeaWorld as a partner in our rehabilitation program and our rescue program, and we would call them when there's an injured or distressed animal, and they would go out and assess the situation, determine the best course of action for that animal. So we rely on them to be our eyes and our ears out in the field and to make the best judgment, the best decision for those animals.
Disasters notwithstanding, more often it's a subtle natural event that causes a perplexing problem, as was the case for these endangered brown pelicans. The Salton Sea in Southern California is an important stop for migratory birds on the Pacific Flyway. With only 5% of wetlands remaining in the area, more than 400 species of birds come to the sea and its marshes. However, since 1976, some of the endangered brown pelicans that stop here have contracted avian botulism, a debilitating disease that causes muscle paralysis and, without treatment, certain death. Scientists believe the birds get the botulism from tilapia, one of the fish in the Salton Sea. SeaWorld San Diego is one of several rescue facilities for the sick pelicans. And over the years, a medical protocol has been established for this problem, so veterinarians and aviculturists can quickly begin treatment.
The disease botulism causes muscle paralysis. Not every bird has the same problems. Some are so severely affected they can't hold their head up, they can't blink, they can't even move their wings. What's critical in therapy for botulism is to act very quickly.
Rehabilitation usually takes several weeks, but soon the pelicans are healthy enough to go back to the wild.
Okay, let's do it. Let him go.
Every year, SeaWorld treats an average of 75 endangered brown pelicans that have fallen ill at the Salton Sea. And we'll be ready to help next year, and the year after that, and every year the birds need our help. Unfortunately, natural events will continue to adversely affect wildlife. But with enough people willing to work to repair the damage, injured, ill, or stranded animals will continue to have hope after the disaster strikes. You may be wondering how a simple tool like a computer can actually help save wildlife. Well, a group of students from both the US and Africa definitely showed us how. The bushmeat trade in Africa kills thousands of forest animals every year. To increase awareness of this wildlife crisis, Cameroon's Limbe Wildlife Center used the internet to link students there with students at Busch Gardens Adventure Camp. Through this cyberspace connection, Patrick Waitman and other students learned how worldwide conservation can help.
Killing populations of endangered animals just so that they can survive, because they need to provide for them. They're themselves not thinking about the big picture, and it's education that can help fix that.
And can communication, education, and conservation really make a difference?
It can, if there's enough involvement, enough enthusiasm from people willing to help, and they're willing to participate. We can maybe help figure out ways to cut back on bushmeat. Just a little bit of ingenuity, a little help from outside sources, just to show them different ways of obtaining food.
Over the past 30 years, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens have rescued more than 14,000 animals, from ill or injured manatees like these guys to a stranded infant gray whale. Every new challenge we face brings opportunities for new research and new knowledge that oftentimes makes the next rescue and rehabilitation easier. One of our partners in our quest for knowledge is the Hub SeaWorld Research Institute, an internationally renowned facility dedicated to learning about and preserving the world's oceans. Hub SeaWorld Research Institute has spent decades devoted to research and scientific discovery about the ocean and its inhabitants. Researchers employ many techniques to learn more, but much of their research on animals has been conducted on marine species during their rehabilitation after rescue. And while the information collected has been valuable in understanding more about every species studied, little is known about how, or even if, the time spent in rehabilitative care affects the animals once they are returned to the wild. And that's just what Dr. Brent Stewart, Senior Research Biologist at the Institute, hopes to change with satellite tracking.
The tracking information is really important because it gives us information about what the animals do naturally after they're reacquainted with the marine environment. The first step is how well they do once they're released. Do they survive? How long do they survive? And then where do they go? And how well do they integrate back into the environment that they had been living in?
The insights gained by tracking animals after release may help improve techniques, both in rescue and rehabilitation, so that every animal has an even better chance of survival.
It's encouraging. The animals seem to be able to re-enter the marine environment and do what they should be doing to survive.
From rescue and rehabilitation, to breeding of endangered species, to studying species and habitat, we're committed to making the world a better, safer place for all wildlife. But we can save species, and we can save habitat, and we can make a difference. One animal, one habitat, one day at a time.
Whether we're helping wild animals or dogs like Nikki and Nellie, it's certainly worth it. For the future, for the animals, and for the planet. On behalf of SeaWorld and Busch Gardens, thanks for watching this episode of Saving a Species.
I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told.
The animals featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund,
a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to habitat protection, wildlife research, animal rescue, and conservation education. Your support for the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us. So we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the January 8th, 2024 LaVergne Library Board meeting. The first, officially call it to order. I'll be serving as temporary chairperson until we elect a new chairperson and vice chairperson. The first order of business is to determine a quorum, and I do detect a quorum. The next order of business is to approve the minutes from the November 13th regular board meeting. I'll entertain a motion.
These were not available to us tonight, so we will have them on March 11th to have those approved.
Got it. Very good. Well, we'll move on to the next order of business, which is a motion to appoint a library board chairman. And at this point, the floor is open for nominations.
I do nominate Ms. Clarissa Benton.
Okay. One nomination for Ms. Benton. Any other nominations? Okay. The floor is open. Is there a motion to appoint her by acclamation?
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations, Ms. Benton.
All right.
All right. Next order of business. Well, actually, I need to turn it over to you. You're now officially the chairman, so you'll handle the next item.
All right, so we need to make a motion to appoint a library board vice chairman. I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to appoint Dr. Burgess.
I need a second.
Second.
All right. Are there any more, is there any other nominations anyone would like to make? All right, so would we like to vote Dr. Burgess in by acclamation? If so, say aye.
So
Aye. Yes, so moved. So thank you for that. And then everyone in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, so next order of business on our agenda, library board bylaws. The revision to the bylaws will be available for review at the March 11th, 2024 meeting.
Whoops.
And then upcoming events, I will go ahead and turn that over to you, Ms. Donna, if you would like to talk about the events that are coming up for our community.
Okay, and if it's okay, I'd like to go back to the board bylaws. And I'd like for Evan Cope, he's going to be working with the bylaws, the revisions that we had started. And can you kind of tell us where we are at this point?
Yes, ma'am. So we have basically a working set of bylaws. We weren't able to have those ready for you tonight in time to review, but we will have those for you in advance, actually, of the March 11th, 2024 board meeting, so that everyone will have an opportunity to give feedback. But really, they're pretty straightforward, what we're going to propose, and it's not going to be anything unusual. So.
And you all have had input on them, and we very much appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the upcoming events. Our library will be closed on January 15th, 2024. I apologize for the oops above. Still got 23 on my brain. This is for the observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. There will be a ceremony here at the boardroom at City Hall. And Mayor, what time is that ceremony?
I believe it is at 9 o'clock. I don't have it on my calendar right here.
Okay, yeah, I forgot to look it up. But it will be that morning, and we do have a couple of speakers that will be here, and it's always a great time to come out and enjoy these special events. On to January events and programs. I thought we would do programs and events in a bag tonight. So if you will pull out all of your items from your bag, and that bag is one that you can use to come to the library and check out books or purchase books from our book sale that we are having. Do want to let you know our first day was January the 2nd for the book sale. We had people waiting outside. All of our items are 25 and 50 cents. Hardback books, DVDs, and CDs were 50 cents each. Children's books, whether they're hardback or not, and all paperbacks were 25 cents. The first day, when we closed at 7 p.m., we had made $255.
Wonderful.
So very, very proud of that. Very proud of our community coming out and supporting us. And we still have quite a few books left. and some DVDs. Okay, if the first thing I'd like for you to see are the two small pieces of paper here. We have two book clubs that are going very well. The first book club, Better Off Read, is on Monday, January the 22nd at 5:30. So it's always on a Monday and always in the afternoon. And the book this month is the someone help me out with that.
Authenticity.
Project. Thank you. Tongue's not wanting to work. By Claire Pooley. Beth does an excellent job of hosting and leading the book clubs, and the members choose the books for the next month. So they've really enjoyed that. The second book club is Page Turner's Book Club. And the book this month, that will be on Saturday, January 27th at 10:30 a.m., is The Girls in the Stilt House by Kelly. Help me out, Carissa.
I'm assuming Mustian?
I think that's right. Thank you. And copies of the book are available up at the CERC desk. You just come up and sign up to be in the book club for that month and pick up a copy of the book. Then you can bring it back. And we have some of the books from our various different book sales from the past in our book sale. And so those have been very popular. Any questions about the book clubs? Okay. The next we have is our January 2024 programs and events. And I'm not going to go through all of those. I do have a few that I'm going to highlight here in just a moment. But these are all the different programs that are going on in January at the library. And you can see they're for different ages, all the way from books and babies all the way up to adults, and different times. So that's really good. We try to get lots of different times in. So be sure and look over, see if there's something that you think would be great to come to or to tell your friends about, or for the friends' children. It would be wonderful. On the back side is our regular story times. Those started back this past Monday after our holidays, and we had quite a few families come in. They were ready to get back to story time. So that works out well. And then down at the bottom, of course, the book sale begins January 2nd, and the story times did resume on Monday. Any questions about those? Okay, some I want to highlight. Kids Crafternoon. This is for ages 5 to 11, and it is held in the afternoon at 5:30 p.m., January the 9th. It's always the second Tuesday of the month. This time they are going to build a winter scene and a penguin family. And I wish I would have brought the penguin. He is adorable. Guess what he's made from? Some of our teachers. Toilet paper tubes. We love toilet paper tubes over at the library. So it's really, really cute, a fun activity. Teens and tweens. We're really pushing those teens and tweens. We want them to become a really good, valuable part of our library. They are our future. And so we want to bring them up in the way they should go by being interested in reading and being interested in coming out and being with our community. Saturday, January the 20th, from 11 to 4, the teens and tweens are going to be building or creating a Chinese New Year dragon. This dragon is going to be a super awesome decoration in the library. Help us create it. It's made from boxes, paper plates, pool noodles, all sorts of spangles and sparkles and ribbons, and it's going to hang around the YA area. So I'd love for you all to pass the word on. And if you have an opportunity to hang these up somewhere, we would love for that to happen. Let's get to the adults. Strings and Things, Adult Craft Time, Winter Luminaries at 5 p.m., Monday, January the 22nd. Sign up in advance. Miss Mary does an awesome job with finding great crafts that do not cost a lot. And of course, the crafts are free to our patrons when they come in and sign up. And she can be so creative. So these are mason jars and Mod Podge. And I forget what she's putting on the outside, but it's very sparkly and wintry. And then there is a little light inside, and then we have the beautiful greenery. And these adults, usually there's 22 to 25 adults in the meeting room, and they love to socialize and just really enjoy being with each other. And that's what we like to think about the library. It is a place for people to come and be social with each other. The next one I want to share with you is mixed media. Carol Brown. If you notice, all of these are done by different staff members. The Kids Crafternoon is done by Becky. The Teens and Tweens are done by Danny and Marta. And then we have Miss Mary, and now Miss Carol comes in there. Tuesday, January the 30th at 5 p.m., Mixed Media Arts and Crafts for adults 18 plus. She's doing media tags where they're layering different pictures and different things. And Miss Benton, you would love this. It's a really fun project that they do. Then they take these tags that they make throughout the year and they put them on a ring, and they have a little binder of their tags. So it's just another great social event for our adults. Last one, Tuesday, January 30th at 5 p.m., the Teens and Tweens are doing an escape room at the library. This is a fun-filled activity that will take you on a journey through the main library. Be prepared to solve challenging puzzles, uncover clues, and crack codes. It's for ages 10 to 17. It includes our tweens and our teens. During our last week that we were closed to the public and we were setting up for the book sale and we had a in-service, some of the employees got to run through it and they were able to crack it, but they said it took a lot of thinking. And so that was a good dry run through to see how well it would work. And Marta and Danny did a fantastic job of getting the clues together and making all of the different parts to this. Do you have any questions about those? There's one last thing in your bag. I'm not sure if I had given this to you. We have been giving this out at the library to all of our patrons. It is the Take the Library Challenge in 2024. We have the whole year of 2024. We have our library name and our address. And we have our quote that we love to use. The library is the heart of the community. So all around, it's different types of books, and you're challenging yourself to read some of those, like read a play, a memoir, read a book a friend recommended, a book with a love triangle, a Pulitzer Prize winning book, a book with a number in the title. And if you need help finding some of those books, we have some people in the library that would be happy to help you find those. And if you need more of these, if you have some friends or different people you would like to share these with, we have quite a few left, and I would love to hand them out. Do you have any questions about our programs? And any time that you all have ideas for a program, we are always looking to challenge ourselves to not just keep doing the same old. We like to really spice it up sometimes. And so different people have different ideas. Let us know.
I want to say I absolutely love this calendar.
Yes.
I love what it's challenging people to do.
Good.
To try to read different genres, because some of these I've looked at, and I'm a pretty avid reader, but some of these I'm like, oh, I never thought about that. That makes it, not only does it make it a challenge to find a particular book with a number in it, but find one that I actually may enjoy reading.
Right.
So I really like that. It's almost like a scavenger hunt plus something else to add to that. I love it.
Thank you for saying that. We thought this was a great one. We have bought calendars in the past, and when the company told me about these, I thought they did a great job of coming up with all the different ideas. But thank you for saying that. And again, if you would like to take a handful, I'll have them available at the library. Would love to hand them out to you.
Thank you.
Yes, well done, Miss Donna. The calendar, the events, everything, our library is just top notch. So thank you for all that you do.
Well, we appreciate our staff that's willing to put some fun into it, So thank you.
All right, so next up on the agenda is our library board schedule for 2024. So our next meeting will be on March 11th, and then we'll have May 13th, July the 8th, September the 9th, and then we will end the year on November 4th of 2024. So our next board meeting is at 5 p.m. on Monday, March 11th of 2024. Are there any comments that anyone wants to make? Well, I'm just going to remind the community that, take a moment, and I love that the bag says, "I love books." So my challenge to you is that if you do not have a book that you love, if you're someone who can't say, "I love books," you have been reading the wrong book. So you haven't found the one that's meant for you. So use this calendar, find the one that's meant for you, because there's a book destined to change your life. Any other comments?
Absolutely.
All right, well, I will call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.
I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission February 27th, 2024 meeting at 6 p.m. We do have a quorum. First item of business is to approve the meeting minutes from January 30th, 2024 regular meeting and February 13th, 2024 meeting workshop.
I make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It does not appear that we have anyone here for the public comment. Before we get started, Mr. Logan, do you have any announcements?
No, sir, I don't believe I do.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So items 3, 4, and 5 have been deferred. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So we will start with item number 6. Site plan, Auto Service Center, building addition on 0.505 acres, requested by Chet Rhodes. Property located at 5493 Murfreesboro Road, tax map 18, group D, tax map 18B, group D, parcel 1, C2, Highway Service Zoning District, property owned by Shams Property LLC. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. So this property is requesting the addition of a structure in the rear of the building, and the first site plan for this tire shop was approved by the Planning Commission in 2020, and this is an existing two-story building that was formerly the Van Winkle small engine repair shop. I know where this is going. Thanks. This site is contained in the overlay district, and so that is the source of a lot of the staff comments from the planning side. The building has 5 bays total, and as part of the 2020 site plan, they did add brick to the first story, which you'll see here in a moment in the photos. They did not submit, they didn't resubmit for the February 13th workshop, so this was a deferral from the January meeting. So they were supposed to submit for the February 13th workshop, and they did not, but since that time, they have submitted plans, although there's several staff comments that are outstanding. And the latest elevations you may have seen in your packet, they do show the addition of the structure in the rear. It's more or less a canopy. It's a covered area that will be supported with columns, with brick columns. So some of you have seen that already, and we have discussed it at the workshop. So I'll just go along here and explain the map. So this is Murfreesboro Road, and our property is here at Mercury Drive, the corner of Mercury and Murfreesboro Road, outlined in blue. And this large white roof is Walmart, so it's very close to Walmart. You can see, zooming in, they did add quite a bit of concrete parking area back in 2020 and 2021 after they got the first site plan approved. So roughly where I'm pointing is where they would like to do this covered area addition in the rear of the building. So the zoning map, this is C2 zoning, which is commercial, and there's no issue with the use. So these are some photos taken. So this would be the side opposite of Walmart. facing the northwest. And then this is the rear area. Again, right now there's this large concrete parking lot, but the area where they want to do the structure is also already in concrete. And of course you can see the dumpster, which it is taking up a space, and that is one of staff's comments that they need to move the dumpster because it cannot be taking up a required parking space. So a lot of the plan set is just the site plan that shows existing conditions from 2020. But I just wanted to touch on this part of the sheet. So this is what they're showing. So this building has a green shingle roof, and it's not that color green, but I see their intent was to show a green roof. It's not that bright, but this is the rear section. Again, you can see these brick encased columns that will support the structure that they're proposing. And then the side view, of course, can be seen to the right a bit. So the planning comments are there. I know I covered the dumpster already. And as discussed 2 weeks ago at the workshop, according to the overlay rules, the addition would have to be enclosed completely because open storage would not be allowed in the overlay. And I put a note there about some of the dead landscaping. So if the Planning Commission asks the applicant to replace those, they can certainly do that. Staff cannot require it because it's not on any checklist. But if the Planning Commission wanted to discuss the landscaping, they could do that. And of course, the same goes for the signs on the building, which are illegal. And I already mentioned the trash receptacle. So that covers the planning comments. And then I know Mr. Lyde has about 9 or 10 comments also that are in the report. And I think Jake's going to give those to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, everyone. So Gary couldn't be here tonight because a tree fell on his house, so that's pretty important, I guess. There are, it looks like 10 comments that he's made for engineering. Just some existing conditions are not shown on the plans. I think one of the main comments is stormwater would prefer the garbage cans to be moved and not completely adjacent to the detention basin. So basically where the dumpster is currently, the water flows right under it and down into the detention basin. So all the pollutants coming out of the trash can are literally flowing right there into the, I guess you could say, yard behind the building. Besides that, most of the notes seem minor as far as some stuff that needs to be mentioned on the sheet. So I believe that'll be all for engineering.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Is there a representative? Is there a representative here for this project? If you would, please step to the podium.
Okay.
Name and address for the record, sir.
Chet Rhodes with Rhodes Engineering.
Thank you, Mr. Chet. Have you received a copy of these items from Mr. Logan?
We received comments and then delivered them back on February 13th prior, so I think we did address the comments, but if there are new ones, I may not know about.
Mr. Logan?
I do have a copy of the comments.
Okay. Are these from prior to February 12th or since?
I will say from the engineering standpoint, it's the same comments because the dumpster was brought up at the workshop and it's still shown in the exact same location. As far as the planning, the outdoor storage was told that you can't have outdoor storage, so it has to be an enclosure. So basically, it's all the same comments.
This project is just to add the canopy, right? And we did show the dumpster move to the front. Or are we not showing?
Dumpster can't be there. It's in a parking location,
Yeah,
a parking spot.
It had an enclosure surrounding. So, okay, well, I'll take a look at whatever the comments are, but, you know, we're trying to get approval for the canopy and put the brick around the columns. I guess we didn't change the site plan other than to add where the columns are going for this canopy. That was essentially all we were asked to do. So I don't know why we're having a lot of comments from other things, but anyway.
Just to touch on one point, Mr. Rhodes.
Yeah.
The dumpster location was moved from where it originally was, which is actually where your canopy is going now. So there has been some changes to the site plan.
I do remember moving the dumpster before we submitted on the 12th of February. So I thought we had addressed that comment, but it can't go in the location we moved it to. That's the comment, right?
Yeah, it can't go.
One of several. All right. Well, then that's something I'm just now realizing now, because we did move it from where we had it to there, and this location's not acceptable, so we will move it. Where would you? What was the comment to? Where did you want it?
It can't go in a parking spot, so it's going to have to go back to where the spot is that you've got the canopy shown. So I don't know how you're going to have both things in the same spot.
We were losing a parking spot to have the dumpster there permanently, so it wouldn't be a parking spot if it becomes a dumpster spot.
Then you don't have enough spaces. You got to have the spaces to meet the requirements. So
okay, all right.
The proverbial can of worms, sir.
Okay, well that's fine. That should be easily addressed. I mean, that's something we ought to be able to figure out in just a few minutes here.
Then you can't have open storage. So if you can't have open storage, a canopy does not consider it not an open storage. So if you put walls around this, now we're talking about a building addition and not just a canopy. And if you do that, then you're also
well, we're not talking about that. We're just talking about a canopy. We're trying to keep it simple to that, so that we were trying to deal with the building official on that and keep it a canopy. Why would we don't want it to be anything other than a canopy.
So Mr. Rhodes, there's I think about 14 items that need to be addressed. And I think it's going to be more than we can do at this endeavor.
Well, that's fine. It's just amazing. We're all right.
Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
I do, Mr. Chairman, just for the applicant, just so we qualify something.
We'll read this carefully and go through it. I just am stunned that
Mr. Chet, please.
Mr. Rhodes,
please let Commissioner Coates speak.
Just look at the planning, Bo Logan's report, and let's just talk about it, make sure that we clearly understand that number 3, it said the dead trees currently on the site may be able to be replaced if the Planning Commission requests them. And I believe that, I think it's fair as a Planning Commission to have trees that are functioning. Look at the picture behind you, you'll see some dead trees. I think I would like to say let's get those replaced so it does match the rest of the surrounding areas, number 1. Okay. And number 2, the signage exceeds the current limitations per our book. So you need to look at that signage because the signage on that building presently is out of limits. So those things on top of your 14 items, they need to be looked at and corrected.
I got them all. I see them all. We'll handle these and resubmit as soon as possible. Okay.
Any further questions?
I've got a question. Is the existing roof, is that a metal roof or a shingle roof?
Existing roof is metal.
Is it?
Yeah,
okay.
But we're trying to cover all metal on the structure with brick. But the proposed roof is also metal, as shown, so it matches the existing roof.
Okay.
So that's the only metal that we will be showing is the roof.
Okay, I thought we heard shingle. That's why I was asking.
We did. So it appears on the rendering that it looks to be shingle. Was that correct, Mr. Logan? It appeared to me that way.
Well,
so if you'd make sure to note that it is a metal roof.
Yeah, I think that the existing roof's metal. But I think we did shingle it because I think we got that comment previously that they didn't want a metal roof. So can it be a metal roof would be my first question. Because, I'd like it to match the existing.
But another item to discuss with staff in office when you get a chance.
We will. Thank you.
And I would
go ahead.
Oh, I would say just, make sure that you look over the layout. I know you just want it to be just a canopy, but with the trash situation, the number of parking spaces, and the way people will take advantage of trash that is left, dumpsters that are just right out front, look at that. You may have to redesign this back section, but it is what it is.
Is it possible to bring the site plan up to where I could see it there just for a minute? Because we should have a good spot for this parking that'd be satisfactory to everybody. And while we're here discussing it, I'd just like to
Mr. Rhodes,
clarify that because,
Mr. Rhodes, I'm going to say something.
Yeah.
It would be greatly appreciated if you were at workshop. that is when we do all of our discussion and working these items out, so that when we get to meeting time, everything's already sorted.
I got you.
So, pulling
Well-
the site plan in, and thank you, Mr. Logan. However, let's not go into too much detail. That's what our workshop is for, and we do need you to be here.
Okay, but so far I've heard where it can't be here, it can't be there. I would like to just know where it is. That's one simple question, so, and then I'll be out of here. Did anybody address that at the workshop, where it could be?
There was no one here to speak from an engineering standpoint at the workshop.
Yeah.
And we
Are
can't,
we-
and we
yeah.
can't design your parking lot, so.
Yeah, we had 3 individuals coming to that meeting that night, myself, Adam, and Mr., the owner who came, but 2 of us got stuck in traffic and could not be here, so it wasn't for lack of trying to get here. I just want you to understand that. We didn't just ignore the meeting.
We
were
do
stuck,
need you here,
and,
though, sir.
So we did try to get the gentleman here that could make it. I do apologize for that. I mean, that was not intended, but understood that we'll be at the workshop.
Thank you,
All
sir.
right, thank you.
So with that, on this item, I will entertain a motion.
So that's my question for point of order. I mean, if presently they don't meet the requirements, and if we want them to vote, then we have to vote.
We're required to.
So with that, I'll make a motion to deny due to the 14 items as listed on the staff report.
We have a motion to deny and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 7, bonds and letters of credit. Ms. Williams.
You should have the bond list in front of you. Everything is up to date, so if you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further questions or comments? Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman Workshop. The prayer on Thursday night will be with Alderman Waldron. The Pledge of Allegiance will be with Vice Mayor No. Everyone should have a copy of the minutes from the February 1st workshop, the February 6th public hearing, and the February 6th regular meeting. We will have public comments, and we do have somebody signed up for that. So, Mr. Doug Schaefer, if you'd please come up, state your name and address, and you will have 3 minutes, sir.
Good evening. My name's Doug Schaefer. I live at 192 Morningside Drive for about 45 years now, so not as young as you, Mayor. But I want to talk, well, we know this past year we just paid them. We had a nice 16% property tax increase for the county, and there's probably another one coming. They're going to be coming. But I just want to talk about the fire departments in the county, in that the unincorporated part of the county cannot pay for the county fire departments that they have out of their own sales tax or any of the taxes. It's theirs. And what happens, Rutherford County then has discretionary taxes. It used to be, I don't know, I imagine it still is, beer and alcohol tax that can be used for anything. And they're supplementing what the unincorporated part of the county can't cover for their fire department. And now I hear they're looking at expanding really full-time than just the two that they have, which is going to cost us more and more. Now, I know we got to pay taxes, but I pay mine. I've seen them going up and all this, but I don't like somebody paying, us paying for somebody else who is getting free, so to speak, fire department. That's what it is. They don't have to pay anything in the county, and they've gotten fire hydrants, et cetera, all put in out there just like we did here, and it dropped some of our insurances and all that. But it's going to, if they put in full fire departments around the county, it's going to cost, and they're still not going to have the sales tax or whatever to pay for it. And I think I know one of our, Miss Oliver knows about it, but I cannot believe that they haven't put a sales tax in and it hadn't been brought up. And while I'm speaking tonight, I would assume that the mayors of LaVergne, Smyrna, and Murfreesboro and all get together maybe to have breakfast sometimes, and that's something that they ought to really look into to help us out in and let the county's going to have to put a sales tax in. They pay nothing, the individuals, for their fire. And that's all I have tonight. Next month, I'll come back with stoplights in LaVergne. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We look forward to it. Gary, make sure you bring your pen and paper. We will then have departmental reports, and then we will move on to old business, and that's second reading. Ordinance 2024-03, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 general fund budget. This was discussed last month. This is a budget amendment for the purchase of mobile surveillance cameras for the police department. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on, we have the consent agenda. We have approve or reject city bids and purchases. First, we have the state contract purchase, rapid all-terrain tower for the police department. And that is better known as a RAT, and it's a vehicle hitch portable system, provides high-resolution video, camera, and secure wireless connection. Cost of the tower is $29,995. We've received about $12,000 in grant money for this, so a budget amendment for the remaining $18,000 will be on the meeting for final approval. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to number 2. This is state contract purchase Motorola radios for police vehicles. It's 10 new radios for the 10 new police vehicles that have been approved by the board and ordered. With installation, the total price is $72,230.40. Does anyone have any questions? And this is a budgeted item. Moving on to number 3, emergency purchase pump repair for the Hollandale Sewer Lift Station. And just like this sounds, it is an emergency purchase that was needed to repair that pump station. So the cost of the repair to the pump was $36,611. The cost of the bypass pump was $6,018.66. So that brings the total cost to $42,629.66. The funds are available in the sewer department budget, but a budget amendment will need to be approved before the end of the year. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to B, approve an infrastructure use agreement with Nashville Electric Service for attachments on NES poles. And this is an agreement that will allow the city to continue attaching Christmas lights, banners, cables, and other necessary items to the NES poles. And does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to C. Approve agreement with salary.com. And so this is for a compensation study for the city. And so the cost for this is $6,300, and those funds are available in the HR budget. Does anyone have any questions?
Yes. This was something I called Bruce about because I didn't understand it, because apparently our attorneys do not agree with this. So where is Andrew?
Right here, sir.
What's he doing over there?
That's where the library director sits.
Okay. Can you just explain to me why they think they can't be behind it, but apparently you do?
Sure. I'll certainly let legal speak for themselves. But the city has historically had a relationship with a compensation consultant. They've used that same relationship for over a decade. City administration asked for us to do a compensation review of all positions, and I went out and tried to secure some bids for some other options, and all of those bids came in at $25,000 or more, which is significantly more than we've ever paid. In the process of doing that, letting Bruce know that I felt like this was a review that we could do in-house, that we had the option, salary.com, which is a global site for salary data, including public sector data, that we could have access to that data and use that in our compensation review. Because they are a website that is global, they simply have an agreement that they will not make any adjustments to whatsoever. So I'm sure Evan can speak to maybe the specifics of the disagreement. I think our conversations have been, this is a website that we're going to gather data from to use in our study. That's the purpose of it. We're not sharing data with them. We're just using the data that they have as comparables. But the rub there is that we would be signing a service agreement in order to use that data, and some of the terms of that are the items that Evan felt like he couldn't agree to.
So if you didn't use this particular one, you'd have to use another one? Is that what you're saying?
This would be the one that we could use for national data and for private sector data that we've always included in the review of our positions. If we don't use this, I currently don't have another option to get that material without hiring a consultant to do it.
Evan?
Yes, sir. What Andrew said is exactly right, and it's not unusual when you're dealing with a gigantic software company to have them refuse to make any changes at all. Obviously, the ultimate decision about whether or not to enter into an agreement belongs to you, and so Andrew needs this enough where he wanted to bring it to you, but we also wanted you to know that we can't approve it as to form because it has provisions. Just to give you an example, one of the provisions in the contract is, by the way, there are other terms connected to this website that are subject to change at any time. No idea what that is, no idea what it could say. It could say the city of LaVergne owes us $1 million. I mean, I'm making that up. It probably wouldn't say that, but the point is we don't know, and so the terms are subject to change at any time without having to come back up here before you to say whether or not you want to agree to those terms. Other provisions that are objectionable, I think, I don't know, Glenn, can you scroll to the memo Katie drafted?
It's easier if you go to D and go backwards or 2 pages.
There?
No, keep.
Do you have the legal letter that was in the packet?
It's page 115 of the packet.
I guess here's my dilemma is, of course, I try to do my due diligence and do my research on just about on everything that I vote for, but I always try to stand behind your opinion as far as the legality of things, and sometimes base my vote on that, and I try to stand behind staff and base my vote on that also, so you can see the quandary here. But
if it puts your mind at ease, there's no disagreement between the two of us, even though we're literally sitting on opposite sides of the room. No, this is just one of those unique things where we've got the opportunity to grab data from a website that is used by a bazillion other people, and they're just not going to make any concessions to us.
Okay, so I'll take you out of the middle.
Yep.
And I'll turn to Mr. Bruce and just get Bruce's opinion.
The way I look at it, and just about any website has terms and conditions for the use of that website. This is really no different, except they want you to actually sign a contract. But anytime you sign up for an account on any website, it's got terms and conditions for the use of that site. I really don't think this is a major deal, if we agree to this. Is there some risk? Yes, there's always risk with anything you do. But, obviously Evan and Katie, feel that this is important enough to point out these items that they cannot agree with, and completely understand that. That's why we have them here. So certainly value their opinion and everything, but ultimately it's up to this board as to whether you want to approve it or not. I don't remember the cost. I'd have to go back, but it's something that we could use as a tool for new positions, or the comp study that we're doing, or future comp studies that we may do. So it ultimately boils down to what this board wants to do.
Well, to a degree, I'm glad we're having this conversation, because we've been batting around a similar situation for about a year with another vendor, CoStar, which is a similar situation where they work with municipalities, and some of their terms are not the best, but they're not the worst. So it's looking at what we can do. I would say, if you haven't already, read Katie's, I would say, well-sectioned off report. She goes through and cites TSA for where it goes and what we can and can't do. But ultimately, end of the day, the $6,300 price tag is our decision to make.
I just had one other question, and this is just, I am by no means HR, administrative, but could we not just do a public records request to neighboring cities to see if our salaries are comparable?
So, yes, what's great about that is that we've built a cohort, myself and my peers at neighboring cities, and we have ongoing conversations, and that data is available, and I have it. That's not the data that I'm looking for. What's been a part of every comp study that the city of LaVergne has done, it takes the municipality data around us, and it also looks at private sector data. Because as we continue, and every city, this is not just us, across the board, as candidates start moving from private to public, you're seeing those salary increases go up because we're having to compete more and more with what's happening on the private side. So the public sector data we're formatting right now, and and my peers have ours, that's all open. That's not an issue. This just gets us access to two things. One, the private sector data, and two, nationwide public sector data, if we wanted to incorporate any of that with cities of our size in other areas of the country that might be helpful for us.
I think what it is, Evan's not pro or con. He's always, he's pointing out the legal point of it and then leaving the section to me. That being said, it might be best. I think I'd be willing to want this item pulled off of consent, put on the special item, just if something might come up between now and Tuesday, we're not locked in on this consent agenda. But I think we are having a lot of trouble hiring people because we're competing with the private sector. And if this is a good tool to make us available to hire more people, I'm all for it. And like Evan says, it's some stipulations in there that's, he can't, being a lawyer, agree to, but, that could be said with 90% of the stuff we do. But if we can get it, Bruce, when we get it pulled off, I think that'd be the best thing all the way around.
Yep, I'll move it.
And I just want to add, coming from the private sector also, it will help with retention, because I know that departments within LaVergne, they hire new inexperienced people, and then once they go through the training and they get like 1 or 2 years experience, they move on to something else with a higher salary. So that, looking at the other markets and having the salary.com availability, it will help with the city to become more competitive in the retention of people, because it costs a lot to hire and train someone just for them to leave in a couple of years. I mean,
It's a very good point.
So, it helps with the hiring, and it also helps with retention.
And just for clarity's sake, our comp study, I will continue our comp study and complete the comp study, even if you say that you're not comfortable with this option. There'll just be one section that I won't be able to use as comparables. So I do want you to make a decision that you feel comfortable with. I certainly value Katie and Evan's explanations of the sections that are objectionable based on TCA for Tennessee. But I would also probably echo Bruce's comments that, what the $6,300 is it gets me a login that I can then go and grab the data, much like I would from, any other website that we would go and get data from. This particular one, the data is just protected because of their relationships with the outlets that they get data from. So that's why they charge, and that's why they protected it.
Is this a contract?
It is a service agreement.
Yeah, which is a contract. Yeah.
For how long?
1 year.
1 year.
I know, too, the departments we really hurting on losing employees. That's the police and fire. So we'll get them here, and then they'll go to another municipality because they can make more money. Now, this might be a tool we need to keep the employees here.
I'm sure it'll help with some of the discussions we're having for the budget with the fire department.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, moving on to D, approve a contract to audit accounts from Blankenship CPA Group PLLC for the fiscal year 2023-2024. This is our annual audit that we do every year. Total cost is $45,250. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to E, approve annual league facility use agreement with Rutherford County Crimson Tide Youth Football and Cheerleading League. This is, again, our annual use agreement with this group, and the user would agree to pay $2,000 as part of it. Does anyone have any questions?
Only question I got is got their Crimson Tide. I guess that's just a name, but I like it better if it had UT myself.
Go Balls.
Moving on to F, approve agreement with the Tennessee Department of Health. This is an annual contract with the city and the Tennessee Department of Health to support Rutherford County Health Department. It's a $4,000 is the total cost. The only question I have is, would this not be better? Is there a time frame ticking on this, or should it be held over for the budget?
This contract is for this fiscal year.
It's for this fiscal
They
year.
always send it really late. I don't know why, but we always get it in the spring of the year instead of the fall. But it's for the current fiscal year.
Thank you. Number G, approve amendment number 1 to the grant contract with the state of Tennessee for criminal justice programs for the Violent Crime Intervention Fund. And this is just an amendment for the purchase of tactical rescue and response vehicle. There is a lot with it, but this is essentially for the vehicle that we're wanting to get through the police impact fee fund. Does anyone have any questions? Then moving on to H, approve change order number 2 with Barron Construction LLC for the Public Works and Community Development Services facility. So this is a change order. It will change the cost. The total changes will be $107,945.86. It is still within budget for this project, and you can see the different items that it's tied with on here. Is there any questions? Moving on to new business, first reading ordinance 2024-04, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 general fund budget. This is for the fire department. The total cost is $11,000 for tools and equipment for the new pumper. Does anyone have any questions? Number 7, Resolution 2024-05, a resolution authorizing the City of LaVergne to participate in the Public Entity Partners Cybersecurity Partners Matching Grant Program. The matching grant program is up to $2,000, and the total subscription price is $11,006.66. And this is for ThinkGuard, Total Data Security, Backup, and Disaster Recovery. Does anyone have any questions? I'm sure Glenn could walk us through all the ins and outs with this program, if you do. Next we have Resolution 2024-06, a resolution to authorize the mayor to execute certain settlement agreements. Evan, do you want to take this one?
Be happy to, Mayor. So, as you know, we have insurance coverage through public entity partners, and for many of the lawsuits that we have to deal with from time to time. And there are times when, under our policy of insurance, the insurance company ultimately has the authority that if they want to settle a particular claim and pay a claim, then they have that right to do that. But they're never a party to these lawsuits. It's always the city that's a party to the lawsuits. And so, as these cases get settled from time to time, the mayor has to be in a position to sign off on those in order to close the case, I guess, for lack of a better word. And so what this resolution does is it authorizes the mayor to execute those settlement agreements when the money that's being paid to settle is money that belongs to the third-party insurance company. It's not city money that's being spent. So it just allows more flexibility, I guess, in that case, as opposed to having to come before you every single time, even though there's no money being spent one way or the other. So that's what the resolution does.
Anyone have any questions for Evan about this?
Yeah, I do. Anything to do with lawsuits and settling, I'd be comfortable if it coming back in front of the board for approval. This is just kind of like giving somebody a blank check, which the insurance company, we are covered up to $1 million on deals, but it's I always felt comfortable when the final solution comes that the whole board is involved in making decisions.
Sure.
Is the board notified prior to those the mayor, in the circumstance, would the board be notified prior to, or how
Yes.
would that work?
Yes, and I think if you want to, we could amend that to make that a requirement that the board, I mean, you would be notified anyway. I mean, as long as I'm involved in it, you're gonna know.
Yeah.
But it might be good, I think that's a good point. We might want to put something in there that requires notification to the board of that. So I'll be happy to take a look at that and make a edit to that.
Please.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be good, so that way we know before.
I just want some kind of transparency in that.
Is, is this a general agreement, or is this for a certain lawsuit agreement?
It would apply to any lawsuit in which an insurance company is going to pay the money that's being spent to settle a case.
Mhm. And again, that's the insurance money, not the city's money.
Correct, that's correct.
Moving on to number 9, motion to approve a lease and operating agreement with 50 Ford for the LaVergne Senior Center. This is on here currently. It may not be on here Thursday. It just depends. 50 Ford is needing a little bit of time to review it. If they do not get that back before our meeting on Thursday, then this will be pulled from the agenda. But this is...
Mayor, I'm going to mention just a couple of things, because I know Vice Mayor No's been really interested in this, and Alderman Haas as well. 2 things I want to note, and David McGowan, you may want to speak to this too, but there had been mention of the fact that if this lease is approved ultimately by you guys, when we get it back from 50 Forward, that you wanted to see, or at least I know the Vice Mayor wanted to see something with respect to the grants and what happens if 50 Forward applies for grant money. I had mentioned that, I think, to David and Bruce, and they indicated that 50 Forward would not agree to that as a term. And so we don't know what this is going to look like when we get it back from them, but understand that term is not in there. So if that is really important to you, then just understand you may want to vote no on it if that's like a deal breaker for you. But David may be able to address that better.
Yeah, the lease agreement, operating, is that for them to give us money for the building? Is that what
Well,
it consists of, David?
We still own the building.
Yeah, they would lease the building, and then we, under the deal, under the RFP that was issued, we would pay them to run the senior center, but they're going to occupy that building.
Yeah, by no means do I
They'll get
want
the
to.
building for like $1.
That's right, yes, sir.
By no means do I want to speak for 50 Forward. I don't have that ability, because you've got 3 set of eyes on their side and 3 different personalities looking at the same thing you guys are looking at. But I think if this board is wanting them to go out and get grant money and then reimburse some of that grant money to the city, my understanding is that's going to be a deal breaker on their end. Personally, I don't have an issue with them going out as long as any money they get goes back to our center. I don't see that being a problem. Any fundraising they do goes to our center. I personally don't see that as being a problem. You guys have that vote, though. I think you're holding somebody, if you trust somebody enough to turn the keys over to them, and then you're trying to hold their feet to the fire for something else, I personally don't see us operating that way. You know, you guys mentioned we provide a quality of life, and that's what we're trying to do here. Our staff can't do it anymore. It's been 6 months. We do not have the manpower to continue to keep those doors open. I don't know what to tell you. I wish we could. We just don't. We are 6 people down, and every time we pull 3 down to go down there, then we've got to cover the front. So we're basically 4 people down, not including the staff that's down there. They may come back. I personally don't see anything in here that's not agreeable, but they may come back and say, yeah, we're not going to. They may have issues. Y'all may want the grant money back. I don't know. But going into it, they did say that if they had to give grant money back, it's going to be a deal breaker for them.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, David, as far as the grant money. I guess my question to this board, and maybe to Bruce or even Evan, is I think in our favor, our board meeting next week is not until Thursday, so that gives us a little bit of reprieve. Hopefully, by then, 50 Forward will be in contact, and just in case, and this is my question, if there has to be a special meeting of this board, in case there's something that Evan and them need to work out or something. Is that something that's possible?
Yes, it is possible to have a special meeting. There's really a couple of options. You can wait for a special meeting, or you could even vote to give the mayor the authority to approve it with the approval of the city attorney. There's two ways you could do that, but it's up to you. It's up to the board.
Because as David has said, it's getting down to where, especially with spring and summer coming on, it's getting down to the brass tacks of things as far as he needs his people. He's got a department to run, and he needs his people. I kind of had a little bit of conversation with him today, and realistically, he's down about 6 to 7 people. So he needs everybody that he can get. So as far as that contract goes, it looked good, Evan. You did a good job. I see why the city pays you now.
It's only been 4 years to figure that out.
But I'm like David, I don't see anything in that contract that they would probably come back and say anything. But I'm hoping they get back to us Monday or Tuesday at the latest, and we can get this thing on there Thursday. And my understanding, if it passes, that they will take over immediately. But the grant money, if they get it, then, we need to provide a service for our seniors and move forward.
Any other discussion?
You mentioned about fundraising and grants. Would that be exclusive to LaVergne? This might be a 54 equation, or is that group in whole?
They would take care of we would turn everything over to them. We would wash our hands of it. Our department or Parks Department wouldn't be involved in
I understand that.
anything.
But fundraising and grants, would that be for LaVergne or that company in general to cover all facilities, like the one in Donaldson?
That would be a question
Yeah.
for 50 Forward. I would assume if they did any fundraising for the LaVergne Senior Center, that would stay here. I know that has been some concerns before. What are they going to do with the fundraiser money? If they have fundraisers, is it going to stay in here? I don't know if you can 100% hold their feet to the fire and monitor every single thing they do with every dime, but I just think doing good business on
Maybe
their
we can
part,
get them
they
here
keep it
Thursday night, and where they can answer some of them questions.
Well, if we are still in the contract negotiations with them, they will not have a representative here. If they feel like we're at a position where it's acceptable on our side and it's acceptable for them, I'm sure they will have a representative here. But if we're going back and forth and nothing's concrete and nailed down, I don't really expect them to have a representative here. But I would like to say, I know when we had this discussion a month or two ago about how much it was going to cost the city and what we are paying now, after we did some more digging into it, if you look at the finances that are currently tied to the senior center, there's three full-time positions. 2 of those had single medical coverage. So if you hire 2 more people full-time that require family medical, you have increased that cost drastically there alone. We're not going to get anybody in the door for what that job posts at anyway. You can go to a fast food restaurant and make $17, $18 an hour. That's a specialized job down there. It takes a certain person that can pull that off. So that cost is going to increase also. So there's a give and take to everything.
So, Roberts, so the special account that we had, that the senior center, any fundraising that they did, and it went into that special account for the seniors, will that stay with the city, or will that go to 50 Forward also?
I would think that would stay with the city, and that may be Phyllis' question, and I know we had kind of talked it over, maybe threw some ideas out there of how we would disperse those funds. Maybe we could do it as a donation if they go on a trip, or a sponsorship from the city to cover some of those. I don't know what the legalities of that would be, but Phyllis may need to.
I know that the senior has over $100,000 in their fund balance, in total. So that's going to be up to the city what to do with that, whether to apply that toward the fee for 50 Forward or to retain it and use it elsewhere. And the reason they built up such a fund balance is, vacancies. During COVID, they had reduction in expenses, so they've just kind of built up a little bit of a fund balance over the years that's just sitting there in their bank account. So that'll be a decision for the city.
Maintenance of the building and the vehicles, are we just gonna give the vehicles to this organization? Or we're gonna
The
lease
Parks Department has already taken the van back. We're using that on a daily basis, and the fire hall is using the bus currently. It's available to them to be used on site.
Maintenance on the building, would that be their responsibility or the city would have to maintain
I
it?
believe that would be our responsibility.
And it says in here, in the contract, the city shall perform all routine maintenance on the premises. So that's outlined in the contract. Any other questions? Thank you, David. Moving on to appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we've got the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. We've got one term that expired January 31st. It's Mary Jane Skinner, and she does wish to stay on that board. We have been advertising this position on Channel 3 and social media. Have not received any other applicants. The other one is one we've had on here for a while, Stormwater Appeals and Advisory Board. We've got 3 terms that are vacant, and we will keep advertising those on social media and Channel 3. If we don't have any applications by Tuesday, we will remove this from the agenda. And then last but not least, we have got discussion, new mission, vision, and value statement for the city of LaVergne. Is that Mr. Andrew?
Yeah, absolutely. Leah's going to pass that.
Excuse me, Andrew.
Yes.
Mayor, before we get into that last thing, can I call Mr. Dietz up?
Let's hold that for right after this.
Hold it for right
Yes.
afterwards.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I know where you're going. But
I didn't know which one would be best.
Now back to our regular.
I'll let you have the floor, sir, anytime you want.
Oh,
Now back to our regular programming.
So, as many of you know that were in attendance at the strategic retreat last September, most of the department heads that are in the room were there. We kicked off a project that the city administrator asked us to undertake, which was a review of the city's mission, vision, and values. Big picture, when you talk about mission statements, ideally they are statements that anybody within the organization could recite at any time. When we did the exercise of what our current mission statement was, we didn't do great at being able to recite it. And so what we did was we started the project at the strategic retreat, and then Bruce asked for a committee to be put together. I do want to both recognize and thank my fellow committee members who worked on the information that we're going to talk about tonight. And that was Kyle Brown, Tom Broker, Donna Bebow, Michael Dietz, and Justin Adams, and myself. We met numerous times over a course of a number of months to work on what we did at the strategic retreat and how to land the plane in each of those areas. So in front of you, you have almost duplicate ideas. The bottom section that I'll talk about here in a moment is a bit expanded, and I'll go into why. But if we start at the very top, the first task was to define what the mission statement was for the city. And this project began with a whiteboarded amount of words, right, that all jumbled up together, and then we formed a sentence, and then it was like, how do you say that better, and how you say it less and less and less to be more concise. And the committee landed on a mission statement of commitment to community. And the idea is that this mission statement needs to be overarching, easy to understand, and easy to recite. So if the mission statement is commitment to community, it then bodes the question, okay, well, what does that mean? And that takes you to your vision statement. Your vision statement was also whiteboarded and worked and refined. And we, as a committee, landed on the vision statement as follows. We envision a LaVergne that delivers the highest level of services with integrity, trust, and professionalism to provide economic growth and endless opportunity. If that's our vision statement, then the citizens might ask us, okay, well, that sounds great, but how do you do that? And that's where we broke down our values, or the value statements that you see below. So the 3 blue boxes, that actually came from, majority of that came from the strategic retreat, where we identified what are the 3 things that we kind of want to focus on. What do we do, right? And so we defined that as services, growth, and opportunity. So if you break down what those words mean and how we do them, in your first document that doesn't have a lot of bullet points underneath, if you think about what this would look like on the city's website, right, if somebody drilled down mission, vision, values, and what that means, we grouped the 9 sections below that all contribute to growth, opportunity, and the services provided by the city. And those topics were infrastructure, parks and recreation, essential services, economic development, leadership, public safety, employee opportunities, community connection, and art and culture. When we started as a board, as a committee working on those, there was many, many, many more. And the advisor and consultant that we used at the retreat continued to say, that's great. How do you combine those? How do you say those better, more concise? So that's why option A there is mission, vision, your values, and a very concise group of 9 items. Option B that you have in front of you is exactly the same, except we break out like a visual view for a citizen who might want to know what does infrastructure mean, or what is considered in that category. And there, I won't read you all the bullet points, you can do that, but you'll see that each section we've highlighted what we consider to be relevant to that particular topic. Interesting to point out that when we were landing the plane on commitment to community as the mission statement pitched to you, Tom Broker and Donna Bebow started to talk about the fact that, gosh, that sounds familiar. I think that's on some city vehicles as we speak. So Tom went back to the Parks building and took a picture of the back of one of the vehicles. And right there in quotes, it says commitment to community. So whether you believe it or not, you were ahead of the game by many years for what the committee landed, and we had no idea that was on the back of some of the vehicles. But we felt like that could be easy to understand and could be recited by any citizen, any employee at any point to say, what's the city of LaVergne about, right? Well, we're about a commitment to the community, and we do that through the highest level of services with integrity, trust, professionalism to promote economic growth and endless opportunity. So we wanted to present that to you tonight for discussion and some feedback. Obviously, a number of the committee people are here in the room, but we'd love to get feedback, good, bad, ugly, whatever that looks like. The goal is to try to land on something fresh and current, to move what your vision is, to move that to print so that our citizens and employees can fully understand what we're lining up behind.
Well, first off, Andrew, thank you, and to all of the team members to help get us to this point. I know we had some very good sessions at the strategic retreat, and it's good to see this coming forward out of it. As far as changes or suggestions, personally, I like it. The only possible thing I could think to change is just the first 2 words of the vision statement is just, our vision statement is a LaVergne that delivers. And just take the we envision, because our mission or our vision is a LaVergne.
As I know us four was there, so we went through this with everybody, and we seen this, and we know exactly what you're doing here and what you're talking about. I just want you all to know that I am impressed. I'm glad to see this come out, because I always wondered whatever happened to it. But
You remember all those white sheets that we laid
listen,
across the tables? That's where we started.
I remember everything about it, and I know Michael and Kyle and you and everybody that was there. I'm impressed with you guys. The only thing that's missing on here is Bauma.
It's here.
And maybe Bo with a boat. No, yeah, it's great. It looks good. The work I know y'all put into this, and I'm glad to see it come out. I like it. I like the way it's worded, everything about it.
Was it developed around a bonfire?
Oh, you took my question away.
It was not, although the idea of having a fire pit here somewhere at City Hall is still a very enticing idea.
One word that's not in here that probably, I don't know where it would go in as far as that would be an employee thing, was camaraderie. So, but y'all did good. Kyle, especially you. I'm proud of you.
I mean, this definitely looks like you understood the assignment. I mean, this is perfect from what we talked about in that retreat. I mean, this is excellent.
Yeah.
I'm kind of shocked too. Like, this is nail on the head, perfect, absolutely perfect. And everything that we all discussed at the retreat, I mean, I don't know that you could have come up with anything better. This is great. Yeah.
My turn. I like it, but whenever we agree, I like the listing out, the B, because like was discussed up here, the citizens may not understand what falls under infrastructure. You know, are potholes under infrastructure, you know? So whatever option is on the website, is it going to be intuitive to where the citizens can click on something and then it come down and then be a
Certainly could be, yeah.
you know, if they want to dig further, then they can dig further and drill down. That was the word I was looking for. Thank you,
Yeah.
Lynn.
I think if you focus on mission and vision being stuff that's posted places, recited, all of that, the bottom section could be clickable boxes that expand, and you could even have it where some of those bullet items in each section would link then to that particular department of the website.
Department and
you know?
website, and then they would have the information
do more.
there to contact people instead of calling us and saying, well, who's over this? And then,
Sure.
okay, you got this.
I'm sure Ann could design all that.
You'll have to forgive me. I can't remember that guy's name all of a sudden.
Michael Dietz. Oh, no. Lawrence Greenspun.
Lawrence.
Yeah, Lawrence.
Yeah, Lawrence.
Oh,
Did you all forgot?
Lawrence.
I had
I
forgot.
should have remembered.
But he'd be proud of you guys.
He wrote me Monday of this week, and his email simply said, "I'm so thrilled with what you ended with. If the board passes it, can I please use it to show other cities around the country what a successful plan looks like?" So that's great.
That's a huge compliment.
That is.
Just let him know for a fee. Yes, he can.
For a fee, yes. I'll have him.
We'll come up with an agreement.
I'll have him see Evan. He'll get that done right away.
Katie can put that together.
Katie can do that.
Just so he doesn't use us as one of those sad stories.
No, not a sad story, no.
And I could hear him telling a crowd, "This is from the LaVergne, Tennessee, Bauma."
Baum.
Any other discussion on this? Well, again, good job to you and the team.
Great job, yes.
Now, we're going to move on to an unscheduled moment of Mr. Michael Dietz, who's going to come up and walk us step by step through the entire timeline of the 24-inch water line and where we're at.
Been a great place to end the meeting, but
Thank you, Michael, but as the mayor said, I know I've had some questions, I've seen some comments and concerns. We're not going to, don't want you to go through the whole thing, but just hit us up and highlight us with some kind of time frame?
Kind of where we're at,
What's
where we're
going
going?
on, what we're waiting on, yada, yada,
Absolutely.
yada.
So yes, sir, currently, the good news is all of the water line has been installed as far as the piping up to the water treatment plant. The bad news is there was a delay with the water meter. It is not scheduled to be delivered until June. The concern with that is June is when we start seeing higher demands in the water system. So we're not saying that it won't be installed in June, but there's gonna have to be some monitoring, discussions with the water treatment plant, discussions with staff, the contractor, the engineering consultant, whole 9 yards to determine whether or not we're comfortable installing it in June. Hopefully we will be, and the project will be behind us at that time. If not, potentially we'll have to push it out to the end of the year when the demand goes back down. So that's kind of where we're at with the water side of things. Paving, hopefully you'll start seeing some top coat go down in the next few months. Obviously, we want to wait for warmer weather. Asphalt plants have to open back up, et cetera. Hands have kind of been tied in that regard for several months. But once that takes place, it'll fall right in line perfectly with the city's scheduled project to pave from the roundabout on out to Mercerboro Road. So that will go, planned accordingly. And that's kind of pretty much where we're at to date.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
As far as the 24-inch, or as far as Stones River is concerned, can the paving process start before the meter is put in place?
Absolutely, great question, and that is the plan. Again, we was not comfortable allowing final topping to go down while the construction was actually going on. We didn't want heavy dump trucks running up and down it, heavy equipment running up and down it and damaging what we paid good money for, obviously. So now that that's behind us, and once we get good weather and the asphalt plants open back up, I think within the next 2 to 3 months, probably it should be done.
All right.
Kyle, Evan, this may be a question for you guys, but how will that affect the actual end date of this project? Will it go on till either June or the end of the year for the actual end date for the overall project? Or will it be an agreed upon date?
I would
That's
say
related to liquidated damages.
As far as liquidated damages, what staff is tracking would be that until the meter is in, until the project is done, they're going to be charged liquidated damages. So kind of the example or scenario that Michael said is that if the meter is installed in June and they get it in, installed, tested, and everything's approved, then we'll stop time, and then that's what we will consider as liquidated damages. Now, I will say that at that point, we will still be probably dealing with attorneys from both sides to see what is really the end date and what's the liquidated damages. But from a staff standpoint, the original contract was supposed to have been completed over a year ago, and we will basically take until the meter's installed and the whole entire project, not just the paving, is complete. That's going to be the final date that we take from the contract original end date to that date.
Okay.
It's liquidated damages.
Thank you.
Michael, do you know if or when the paving starts, which way they'll start and go?
We have not had any discussion on that, but I think my opinion, I'd like to see them start at the roundabout towards the plant, but we have not discussed that with staff, consultant, contractor at all to date.
And they will reline that?
Yes, sir, they'll be restriped.
Are they gonna mill it or just cover it?
No, at this point, they've already milled and or put the binder in, so there's gonna be overlaying. There is some areas that they will have to dress up and float where it has some low spots and stuff, but there should not be any milling on this strip.
Okay.
And they will have to adjust, I know, the air relief valve.
Yep.
It's a manhole lid, but we've had several complaints about different valve boxes, things like that. So they will have to adjust those to grade once they do the final topping.
So for folks listening at home, there is some light at the end of the tunnel. I know it's been a long, hard fought for the city, everybody that's involved, the people that live there, but at least there is some light at the end of the tunnel.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
So going back to the meter, who makes the decision as when it comes in, if it's installed in June or the end of the year? And if that is a consolidated or collaborative decision, will we still get those contract, that unliquidated?
Liquidated damages. If
Liquidated
we were to, because of demand, if we were to tell them that you cannot install the meter, from a staff standpoint, we would stop time. And then, once we told them that they can install it, we would start time back. Because, just because we say, okay, now you can install it, they still may wait, depending on their schedule, a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever that may be. So I don't know the exact scenario that's going to play out. I'm hoping that they get the meter in. We are able to fill tanks during that time frame. We're not seeing high demand, and we're able to do it at that point in time. So that way it's clean. The luck we've been having on this project, it's probably going to come in. It's going to be when we have high demand or there's going to be some issue. So at that point, we'll.
Rubbing his head.
That's just what's going to happen. So that's what we'll do is, like I say, if it comes in and it's ready to be installed and the water treatment plant is not comfortable with, hey, we can't be shut down that long, then we will stop time and start it back up once we are comfortable with that.
Is there an estimated time to install the meter whenever it comes in? Danny?
Well,
He's deferring to you.
no, you're absolutely fine. They think that they can do it in a day, so that's our schedule outage is about 8
Oh,
hours. But there's
okay.
no water
Okay.
leaving the water treatment plant for those 8 hours. So if we have a fire, if we have a large water break, if we have something go wrong other than high demand, it could turn bad really quickly. So, but we're planning accordingly for that. We have had conversations with Smyrna already in advance. They're willing to assist us, so we would be covered on the south side of town. But we just really want to watch where we're at with demand and not put ourselves in any type of situation that we would have to be scrambling.
And there would be a notice going out via social media and other outlets as to when this will occur?
We can certainly do so. We do not want to, set off any alarm bells because we're hoping that no one will even realize that the
Oh, okay. So
water's leaving the plant.
So we'll still
Or
have
not leaving.
water flow?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes,
I'm
I
just
think-
saying, if you're going to
Yeah.
shut the water off for the whole city.
Well, it's fed by the water
Okay.
tank, so
Yeah.
you'll be good.
Yeah,
there.
they would
Just-
fill, they would
yeah.
fill up all the tanks to capacity and then do it.
Okay, I'm just trying to clarify because, you're saying an 8-hour shut off and stuff, so.
Yep.
Yeah, you'd still have water.
I'm gonna be optimistic. Everything is gonna come in June. Water tanks are gonna be full. Demand's gonna be somewhat low. Danny's gonna be comfortable. We're gonna get it installed, get them paid, get the contract done.
Yeah,
The fire chief will say, good to go.
Right, yes, ma'am.
we definitely do not want,
He wasn't paying attention.
If Michael Deeds tells me we're good to go, I trust him.
Yeah.
we definitely do not want to cause panic, though, and people start
Okay.
filling up buckets or jugs of anything like that, because that's going to cause us then to have problems.
Well, I mean, I just, when he said, the water treatment plant's not going to be pumping for 8
Yeah, well,
hours,
that's a
it
definite.
was, that kind of went into my head. I'm not going to have water for 8 hours.
Well,
But we will
you'll
have
have-
water
you
tanks filled and,
Yeah,
I'm just going through the process.
Absolutely, great
because,
question.
I mean,
Great
it's.
question, yes,
Who
ma'am.
puts that in? You all or they? Or?
The contractor, that's part of their
Contractor
responsibility.
Heracus.
Heracus, yes.
Any other questions in regards to the 24-inch water line?
We hooked up there on the Smyrna water. That wouldn't help us on this end of town much, would it?
No, sir, this end of town is pretty much all fed from the Sanders water tank and the water treatment plant itself.
Well, basically, back in the old days, when your well dried up, you took barrels and buckets and headed to Stones River.
Well, I hope we don't get to that point. We've got 3 million gallons worth of storage on this side of the town, so I think we'll be fine.
Well, we don't have any on this side.
On this side of town, yes, sir. Between the Sanford tanks, we've got a 2 million and a 1 million, so.
Thank you, Michael.
All right, thank you.
Moving on to mayor and alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
I'm already late for previous engagement, so I'm gonna make it quick. Check on the elderly, make sure your pets has got ample water and shade, and everybody have a good weekend. Thank you.
Alderman Hobbs.
I think we covered everything. Thank you.
Alderman Hobbs.
USL softball, baseball registrations are still going on, Sunday afternoons at the ballpark and online. So get your kiddos signed up for a lot of spring fun.
Vice Mayor, no?
Well, just two things. The first thing is, I looked down there, I couldn't find Andrew a while ago, he was out of whack. I looked down there and seen Phyllis. Thank you, Miss Phyllis, for coming in and helping out, and, you know, we just.
I don't think my fellow coworkers are too happy with me being back. I think I about drove them crazy for the last 3 weeks.
Well, that's all right. The last thing I got, I had the electronic dumpster to raise money for the senior center, taking donations, and we collected $738.
Good job.
That's it.
Well, I want to remind the board and staff we're meeting next Thursday, not next Tuesday. Next Tuesday is Super Tuesday. It's the county and federal primaries. If you have not voted, please take that opportunity to go vote. That is your civic responsibility. With that, I call this meeting adjourned.
Thank you.